हो गया। अब आने लग गया। ठीक है ना, तो नहीं कुछ। अब चला साउंड ना सर, साउंड नहीं आ रही है, इसमें ईयरफोन चाहिए। साउंड पे बफर हो गया। सर देयर इज नो स्ट्रीम आ रहा है, देखिए यार। हां इधर बंदा को बता दो यार, स्क्रीन शो हो जाती है ना, स्क्रीन ऑटोमेटिक नहीं होती है, ऑन हो गई स्क्रीन। चल गया स्क्रीन जब कर देना, टाइम हो जाता, डिस्प्ले का टाइम आउट कर दे तो ठीक है सर, ठीक है, वो ठीक है। सेटिंग हलाई होगी ना, वो मिलेगा ही, ठीक है किसी ने कहना सिस्टम में हलाई होना बस। इधर केड़ी आ रही है वीडियो, इंदी वीडियो इधर आ रही है। हां चली हुई वो भी इस तरह से ये छोटा कर, ये ईयरफोन लगा के वो आई साउंड नहीं आवाज तो आ रही है। वो ईयरफोन लगाए मैं, सिस्टम से भी तो आवाज चाहिए ना, ऐ नहीं आती वो ओबीएस तब आती जब यूट्यूब तो फिर आ जाएगा। कह रहे हैं अरे नहीं वो मैंने सुन लिया है, मैंने उनको मैं मोबाइल दिखा रही हूँ, अब जाके मतलब वो मैंने खुद रखी ऑडियो और कब हुआ था वो अगले बताने आवाज पे वही मौका पे तब ये प्रॉब्लम हुई है। लेकिन जिसने पेमेंट किया है, पेमेंट अभी कर रहा है 22 डेज हो गया, यहाँ पे 22 डेज में जो पेमेंट कर रहा है, पेमेंट उसका ड्यू नहीं, 20 ड्यू है, 20 ड्यू तो 22 तो अकाउंट डिपार्टमेंट से है,
Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Herman Benjamin, Judge, National High Court of Brazil. Honorable Mr. Judge, Supreme Court of India. Justice of Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, Honorable Supreme Court of India. So my Honorable Mr. Justice Resident Herman Benjamin, Judge, National High Court of Brazil. Justices of the Supreme Court of Nepal, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Belgium, Honorable High Court, Suryakant, Honorable Mr. Other Foreign Honorable Mr. Justice Resident Herman Benjamin, Judge, Honorable High Court of Brazil, Justices of the Supreme Court of Nepal, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Belgium, Honorable High Court, Suryakant, Distinguished Honorable Mr. Other Foreign Honorable Mr. State Resident Bureaucracy, Judge, Honorable High Court members, the justices, Honorable special invited judge, Supreme Court of India, and Honorable High Court students, distinguished Honorable Minister, other foreign of the state and the future of bureaucracy, Judge, Honorable members, the justices, Honorable good morning to all of you, Supreme Court of India, and Honorable High Court students, heritage, Honorable Minister, other the rich saying of the state and the future of bureaucracy. They will Judge, Honorable and the guests, the justices, good morning to all of you. Following the heritage of our country, have heritage, honoring the rich saying of the state and the future of bureaucracy. They will Judge, Honorable and the guests, the justices, good morning to all of you. Following the heritage of our country, have heritage of the state. In protection of environment, a tall quality, an epitome of humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns humility and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns Equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns equality and humanity. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns reality and reality. The poor state of society really concerns be it Stockholm, be it Paris Declaration, or be it any of the large number of national agreements and conventions, they can be guiding us something more. The people on this planet have to change the mindset Paris Declaration and tilt the thing, or be it in any of the large number of protection of nature and resources, they can be guiding us. Ladies and gentlemen, the people on this planet have to change the mindset Paris Declaration and tilt the thing, or be in any of the large sustainability, protection of nature by the English resources, Francis environment said, Church commanded the people on this planet. It is with these ideas that the Honorable Vice President and other dignitaries on the dais and the present august gathering fields of nearly from 20 countries are meeting in this conference and would be guided by the world virtues that will be spoken by the distinguished audience, the people on the dais. I would like to inform you that we have judges from the Supreme Court of India, Supreme Court of 7 other countries. Few of them you see on the screen. And Luke, I can see smiling, and so can I see Madam Justice Nalini be there. Thank you for being with us. There are 3,500 delegates attending this conference. You can see there are 3 halls in which the delegates are sitting, because we couldn't crowd this hall beyond a particular limit. So with all this, while thanking all of you and welcoming you to this conference, by saying, no grand idea was ever born in a conference. A lot of foolish ideas have died there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Justice Kumar. Nature, to be commanded, needs to be respected. Those shall I echo over the next 2 days. Please join me now in welcoming Mr. Shombi, the UN Resident Coordinator of India, in delivering an address to all of us. Applause, please, for Isha.
His Excellency Shri Venkaiah Naidu, Vice President of India, Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court of India, of Nepal, of Brazil, and those online from other countries, Justice Kumar and our honorable hosts from Chandigarh University, dear distinguished guests and the international community, Namaskar. मुझे आप सबको मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा. Sat Shri Akal. On behalf of the nations in India, the country team, on behalf of the General of the United Nations, I'm honored, it's a great honor to be here in Chandigarh, to be here at Chandigarh University. My first visit to the beautiful, and noting that Chandigarh is not only a beautiful city, but also the capital of two states with a combined population of nearly 60 million people, Punjab and Haryana. This is a very special city as well. Colleagues, it goes without saying that the world today is a world in turmoil, facing multiple crises at once. The pandemic itself weakens. That battle is not yet won. And before we even catch our breath now, the senseless war in Ukraine is an untold loss of life, but is sending the prices of the most basic needs, energy and food, hydrocarbons and carbohydrates, soaring across the world. Supply chains are disrupted, mounting inflation erodes the hard-earned livelihoods and savings. Yet, even with these multiple challenges, the triple planetary crisis of nature, climate change, pollution, that is the most alarming, the most existential humanity faces. It is a disruption multiplier in an already world. And as the United Nations Secretary General has noted, coming from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, an atlas of human suffering. Your presence in this room today testifies to the acceptance of the challenge to respond. Globally, if we want to see the 7-year record we can at the last 7 years, if we want to see the 20 hottest years on record, we can look at essentially the last 20 years. Here, where we in India, we can verify the crisis by simply side. Scorching summer temperatures have arrived months earlier than usual. The hottest March and April in over 120 years, which may be harmful for the very precious wheat harvest in the Punjab and Haryana. The same is, of course, in many parts of the world the international audience has come from. It is clear, if we are to reach and to stay at the 1.5 degrees centigrade limit agreed to 0.5, we need to cut global emissions by 4% this decade, while the emissions gap continues to grow. Yet, I see hope. I see great hope, especially here in India. So, to the triple planetary crisis are already within reach, and India is providing the world with many examples of leadership in different ways, from technology, heard already here at the University of Chandigarh, for example, to the environmental of law. The National Green Tribunal is an outstanding example of an environmental court safeguarding to a healthy environment for all citizens, as enshrined in the Constitution of India. And in this year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the Panchamrit targets announced by the Prime Minister at COP26, ambitious additions to energy transition, renewable electricity, as well as opportunities in green hydrogen. And for example, the International Solar Alliance demonstrate that climate action must not mean sacrificing equitable development. It must go hand in hand with climate justice and the right to develop. I am also, in my first experience here in this country, impressed by the deeply of civility that I see in the Indian culture, from ancient times to the principles of Gandhiji, as just the principles of the LIFE campaign recently launched by the Prime Minister Modi, Lifestyle for Environment Day in India and globally. And I am inspired by so many examples of young Indians already offering innovative climate solutions and actions. Speaking of the legal profession, for example, I was recently in Mumbai and had the opportunity to join lawyer Afroz Shah and the world's largest beach cleanup initiative at Warsaw Beach that he has started, which has now expanded to other areas of biodiversity, just one example among many. So friends, the rule of law has been at the center of the United Nations since its founding. An environmental rule of law is at the heart of fighting the planetary crisis. The complementary roles between multilateral international legislation and national legislation is central for putting into action. From the 1972 Stockholm Conference convened by the UN to the Rio Earth Summit 20 years later, we've built a global legal framework. Two important conventions were signed, in turn led to the protocols and the Paris Agreement. The legally binding Paris Agreement has near universal ratification, and the UN Summit in Glasgow saw all signatories together with consensus steps, again, a platform for Indian leadership. Environmental law and multilateralism has already delivered big wins on our planet. Many harmful chemicals are now controlled. The ozone layer is recovering. Populations of important wild species, including whales and sea turtles, populating. So this shows multilateralism is our best and, in fact, our only tool for addressing our biggest global mutual challenge together. Yet too often, implementation and enforcement falls short. The gap between the pledges made in Paris and Glasgow and the measures required to cut global carbon emissions is still vast. India rightly that justice is the foundation of law and is a leading voice for international climate justice. We need to focus not just on mitigation, but adaptation and resilience for those communities most affected. The high-income countries in the world carry an enhanced obligation to finance climate action. The most countries contributed the least change, yet suffer the most. It is vital that we reach the 100 billion annual climate financing pledge that has been made. So in closing, let me just say and appreciate your presence here today, that setting clear national and international boundaries, legislative and others, how much carbon, on how much biodiversity we do, also a vehicle for innovation, for health and prosperity, works for sustainable and a pathway for climate justice and development for all. This is the ultimate win. So I wish to thank again all of you, our hosts, and all of in this room online for your important work in this global endeavor. Aaj ki charcha rahe. Bahut dhanyavad.
So much, Mr. Sharp. Thought-provoking words and also the excellent enunciation of Hindi. Let me now welcome Justice Shri Mohammad Rafiq, Chief Justice, High Court of Himachal Pradesh at Shimla, to address this organization. A big hand of applause for
His Excellency Shri Venkaiah Naidu, Honorable President of India, Excellency Shri Banwarilal Purohit, Governor of the State of Punjab and Administrator, Union Territory Chandigarh, Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan Ram, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Surya Kant, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Antonio Harman, Judge National High Court of Brazil, Honorable Mr. Shombi, UN Resident Coordinator of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Swatantra Kumar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, Chairperson, Green Tribunal, Shri Satnam, Honorable Chancellor, Chandigarh University, judges of Supreme Court and other of various countries, delegates from all who have joined us physically and also all other esteemed and guests, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. I deem it a matter of pride and pleasure for having invited the august gathering present here in this international conference and environmental jurisprudence, national and international perspective, being organized by history, where the planet and its people is impossible without a natural and congenial environment. Nature has always been exploited in the attempt to make life more comfortable. The exploitation of natural resources caused by agriculture, industrialization, and infrastructure growth. The concept of environmental protection is not new and has been in existence from prehistoric civilizations. Environmental ethics have always been an inherent part of Indian religious precepts and philosophy. And India's text highlight that it is the dharma of each individual in the society to protect nature. Atharva Veda, the ancient Hindu scriptures, and I quote, "What of thee I dig out, let that quickly grow over," unquote. Biodiversity has aesthetic. It is essential for maintenance of and sustenance of and utilization of goods and services from ecological systems as well as from the individuals. These services include maintenance of gaseous components of the atmosphere, climate control by forest and oceanic system, natural pest control, pollution of plants by insects and birds, formation and of soil. Unmanageable boost in the population has placed tremendous burden on the natural resources. It has led to increase in industrial activity to their needs. Other regions of pollution are the destruction of forest, destruction of vehicles, land degradation due to use of poisonous insecticides of agriculture, of natural resources, burning of wood fuel, and many more. There is an exponential increase in the multilateral environments covering a wide range of problems such as depletion of fresh water supplies, ozone depletion, climate change, biodiversity loss, toxic and hazardous products, and contamination of rivers. A human being has a very close relationship with the environment. The quality of environment is reducing the change in the world. Many countries have created specific environmental protection in one domestic laws. Article 21 of the Constitution of India, we have a right to live and breathe in a safe and non-polluted environment. In fact, Part 4 of our Constitution contains the directive principle which state the duty of the state to protect environment. Following the Conference on the Human Environment at Stockholm in 1972, the Constitution of India was amended by the 14th Constitutional Amendment, and the topic of ecology and environment was incorporated for the first time in Articles 48A and 58AG. International environmental law concerned with the attempt to regulate the population and depletion of natural resources within a work of sustainable development. The international environmental law focuses on the relations and agreements amongst the nations. The environment movement since 1972 has produced a plethora of international laws and declarations for the improvement and protection of the environment. The year 2016 marks the significant milestone in the environment movement when 196 countries signed Paris Agreement, greenhouse gases emission mitigation worldwide with the goal to curtail the rise of global temperature. Diversity and balance can be improved by both natural forces and human activities. More particularly, what is needed from environmental angle is the vision for the future. Good governance is the need of to protect the environment. Said so, when we know that the reason for depletion of the natural environment is human, policies of the governments and the laws for protection are required to be in addition to bring attitudinal change towards environmental protection to ensure that use of natural resources is equitable and ecologically sustainable. Here it would be apt to remember what Father of the Nation Mahatma said, the earth has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed, unquote. This needs to be pondered over by one and all. Congratulate the authorities for organizing conference at International on the burning issue of environmental protection. I hope that delivering this conference will certainly help focusing on environment and to find climatic solutions to pressing environmental developmental challenges. I would like to conclude by saying that we have to have faith in our young generation. It is they who think about this seriously to bring about necessary changes to make sure that our environment is conserved and preserved and also ensure that ecological balance is maintained. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So, Justice Rafiq, the call for action and call for action towards the youth of today will stay with us going forward. Let me now welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin, Judge of the National High Court of Brazil, to address this august gathering.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have several colleagues that are connected from different parts of the world. Great pleasure to be in Chandigarh. Those that live in Chandigarh probably know that Chandigarh and Brasilia are two modernist cities planned from scratch. So I feel very comfortable in Chandigarh and identify common concepts in architecture, in urbanism. This applies to both cities. Let me thank, on behalf of the Global Judicial Institute, Chandigarh University, and we have with us the teacher, Professor Satman Singh Sandhu. And in greeting you, Professor Sandhu, I thank all the professors of this great university and all the students. The reason we are the foreign guests is because of these students. I want to greet my colleague, Kanda Kumar, a brother, more than a friend. And in doing so, I pay a tribute to members of the Global Institute that are present either physically here or virtually through Zoom. Michael Wilson from the Supreme Court of Hawaii, Justice Ananda Mohan, Supreme Court of Hawaii, Justice Luc Lavris, Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Hawaii, Justice Preston from the Environment and Land Court of New South Wales. The Global Institute on the Environment was formally established in 2016 under the auspices and the leadership of the Commission on Environmental Law and UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Program. And now it is registered in Switzerland, in Geneva. It has its secretariat in Nairobi, the United Nations Program. I do hope I have an opportunity to speak with colleagues, the judges that are present here from India, the Supreme Court of India, from the High Court of different states of India, and from other countries about our activities of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment. I also acknowledge the presence of the president or the chair of the World Commission on Environmental Law, Professor Christina, that has been involved with the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment since its inception. It is an honor to be at the university, especially with the Vice President of India, and not just a Vice President, as Justice Kumar mentioned. It's a special Vice President, one that has knowledge of the importance of the protection of the environment and need for countries in the world to get together and act, sure that we pass not just the same environment that we received, but a better environment to generations. Chandigarh University is well positioned to the BRIC countries on law, justice, and sustainability. We'll be discussing Justice Kumar and the Chancellor Satman Sandhu how to see in achieving that and the design of an MOU among universities of the BRICS countries, the leading universities. My first word is about us judges. Who are we? That's the fundamental question. And the second fundamental question is, what should you expect from us? And the third fundamental question is, what are our responsibilities vis-a-vis the protection of the environment? Those are not like they are answered in the constitutions of our countries and legislation of our countries. And the Supreme Court of India, the High Courts of India, and the Tribunal of India have set out the times we have a duty to protect life, and the dignity of life as a legal value, constitution. But it's not dignity of life, our life. It's the community of life. And no in the world has in it deep philosophical and political such a strong history connecting human lives and the community of life. All types of life. One might wonder why with 1.3 billion people still has immense area forest. And the number species of the megafauna that they have in many parts of the world. Why is that? Is this an accident? It's not an accident in India. It is part of the ethos of the Indians as a whole. From the present, you, perhaps I could include myself since I'm so comfortable in India. This event is precisely, and I end here, to connect of the world with knowledge, this deep experience, the lessons from it, so we can be human beings and better judges. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Justice Benjamin, for those thought-provoking words. It is my honor now to welcome this dais, Honorable Mr. Justice Shri Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to address this august gathering. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
See, the Vice President of India, Shri Venkaiah Naidu, Honorable of Punjab, Shri Banwarilal Purohit ji, my brother, B.R. Gavi, Judge from Supreme Court of India, Justice Muhammad Rafiq, Chief Justice, Himachal Pradesh High Court, Justice Antonio, Judge of National High Court of Brazil, former Judge of the Supreme Court, and my elder brother, Honorable Mr. Justice Savtantra Kumar, who is also former Chairman of the Tribunal, the UN Resident Coordinator of India, B. Sharp, my brother and sister judges, courts of Himachal Pradesh, Delhi, and Kerala High Court, my former colleagues from Haryana High Court, Honorable video, the other is from different international jurisdictions, Advocate General Punjab, Dr. Anmol Sidhu, office bearers and members of the Council of Punjab and Haryana, President and the office bearers of the Bar Association of the High Court, senior advocates and other advocates who have come all the way to attend, Learned Chancellor,
Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and other officers of the University, office bearers of the Civil and Police Administration, other dignitaries, members of the academia, delegates, my friends and my dear students. I am extremely excited to join you all in this international conference on environmental diversity, environmental jurisprudence, and international perspective, being organized by the Chandigarh University. It is also my privilege among most distinguished guests who have come here across the world to discuss the issues which are central to our life. The various themes of the conference: biodiversity, sustainable development, air pollution and the advanced green energy, and public interest litigation, are crucial topics that need to be deliberated and debated so that we may have for ourselves a greener and healthier future. I strongly believe that the discussion comes at an appropriate moment when the country is reeling under an unprecedented heat wave and every summer is becoming increasingly more unbearable. The negative human activities is becoming more and more. According to the National Atmospheric Administration's global list, the 10 warmest years have occurred since 2005 and 10 have occurred since 2014. This is determined by how much carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. Despite scientists for decades regarding scientific and related human activities on the planet, the destruction continues unabated. What is unfortunate is that while we belong to the lot who can afford air conditioners and refrigerators to deal with our ever deteriorating climatic changes, it is in fact the poor who bear the brunt of these adversities. The undeveloped and developing global states are the ones least responsible for climate change, worst affected. This change not only affects humans, but adversely impacts the rich flora and fauna, which maintains the ecological balance. Countries like India are amongst the worst as they are ecologically sensitive, biodiversity in abundance, with lengthy coastlines, biodiverse hotspots such as West, the Himalaya extends and close to 50 million forests. We are facing challenges relating to climate change. We therefore shoulder high taking building a sustainable community quick and effective. It should be remembered that from the earlier years of the Indian civilization, we have nature, respect and gratitude for trees and around us were deep in our day-to-day activities and rituals. The oldest texts in India, such as Vedas, contain traces of such as earth is her and I am her son. Isha Upanishad states, the universe with its land, no creature is superior to any other. Humans should not be above nature. Let one species encroach over the rights and privileges of other species. Unquote. Interspecies egalitarianism and interspecies rights and privileges were strongly advocated through these and subsequent historians, including the father of the nation to which Chief Justice Rafiq referred to. They have been strongly advocating the cause of environment and the control of humanity on the resources. These notions of political conversion have been so well grounded in the Constituent Assembly did not deem it necessary to incorporate any article in the original Indian Constitution environment. A similar absence in the Constituent Assembly debates also. This, however, should not be conscious rejection of environmentalism. Instead, a wide prioritization for national growth and development. All our newly independent nation was struggling with the fundamental of poverty, literacy, very low standards of living. The only way to pursue claims till the 1970s was through common law remedies of tort by seeking or damage. But such an approach would account for long-term, unquantifiable to the environment which was happening as a result of global industrialization. This disjoint and reactionary system was replaced by the first set of legislation in the form of the and Air Act. Thereafter, by the 14th Amendment in 1976, 48A and 50A were introduced into the Constitution. These articles not only obligate the state to endeavor to protect the environment, but also cast a duty upon the citizens to have compassion for living organisms, to give these provisions like the Environment Protection Act of 1996 were enacted. The existing laws, such as the Factories Act of 1987, were also done to streamline the usage and handling of hazardous materials so that the same may not harm the local population. With reference to one of the topics, that PIL and the role of the judiciary, I may, while a part of the environmental battle was fought through comprehensive environmental legislations, the other frontier has been our courtrooms. The Indian judiciary, especially the court and high courts, and the National Green Tribunal to a large extent have played a pivotal role in Indian environmental governance. The public interest litigation and the dilution of procedural impediments have become instrumental in access to the judicial system. Courts have passed a range of judgments to protect the environment at the behest of public spirited persons. Whether cases filed by MC Mehta or by TN Godavarman, environmental justice would be unthinkable in India if it were not for this judicial of PIL. The judiciary has expensively interpreted constitutional and statutory rights and molded relief to deteriorate environmental conditions. India have not once shied from using their discretion and taking a proactive approach while adjudicating environmental issues. The judiciary strive to create a space as concerns vulnerabilities. We hope that the environment would remain fortified. The courts have further implemented affirmed various internationally and established notions of environmental law. Examples: using principle like the environment legal action, principle in Vellore citizens welfare forum case, the principle of intergenerational equity in the state of case, or the doctrine in MC Mehta. The Supreme Court has taken inspiration from various international environmental doctrines and adopted them in economic context. A recent case of Jitendra, the Supreme Court, while hearing an concerning the allotment of commercial capitalization in the national capital region to private industry, emphasized the need of doing naturally occurring water bodies, and it observed, I quote these two lines quite important, a perusal of her constitutional scheme and judicial development of environmental law shows that all the state is nothing collective embodiment of citizens and collective duty citizens can on the state. Here I wish to add, and the protection of environment must go hand in hand, and there arise occasions where the national interest has safeguarded along with long-term environmental protection plans. Such a living example arose before us in Supreme Court. Citizens for Green Union of India, the court there acknowledged the necessity to build highways near to the border of China, and at the same time passed a slew of directions to ensure that the pristine Himalayas remained protected. Nothing can be compromised on such issues. The court further noted, and I observe, and I quote, must arrive at a delicate balance of environmental considerations such that they do not impede infrastructural development, specifically in areas of strategic importance crucial to the security of the nation. After the role of judiciary, which I have referred to very briefly, I may also point out that it is equally heartening to note that the Indian judiciary is in this crusade. Efforts of courts in other countries such as US, Germany are commendable. After all, even the smallest amount of local environmental degradation has the potential for large-scale global ramifications. In this context, Justice Benjamin is here. In this context, the initiative of the judiciary in Brazil is particularly laudable. The Brazilian judiciary has time and again come to the rescue of its rich and diverse environment. I am particularly intrigued to learn that the Brazilian Supreme Court has launched environmental cases, most of which involve policies undertaken by the executive which were understood to be environmentally destructive. This, I believe, was a first in the country's history where the apex court of Brazil has given the world by actively taking steps to safeguard the lungs of the earth, that is Amazon forest. Adding to this, the Supreme Court of Colombia has also delivered recognizing the Amazon river system as a subject of rights and beneficiaries for. In Germany also, the Constitutional Court held that the insufficient governmental action will necessarily lead to drastic measures in the future that can severely impact enjoyment of fundamental rights for generations. The German Constitutional Court equity, a justiciable dimension of rights. The proactive approach of the courts over is thus and positive development. Let's learn from the pandemic also, and I believe that the present pandemic has also allowed us to re-evaluate our actions and understand who humans are and how multidimensional the risk of our actions are. There are growing calls, methods for economic revival from the pandemic should be devised sustainably. This position was best summarized by the UN Climate Change Executive Secretary Patricia Rosa, who stated, "The stark choice facing the international community in attempting to recover economically from COVID-19 is either a black scenario or where the global rise in temperature is on pace more than double by the end of the century, or a build forward one that promote green growth, protect diversity, and embrace renewable energy." The second option of a more environmentally conscious mode of development should be the way forward. This would also be in line with the promises. However, as we progress, we must also introspect on the responsibility of the global community as well as that of individual nations. It is often discouraging to see that the global north, I'm really saying it, that the global north refuses to acknowledge its burden and liability. We see that calls for green growth or enhanced environmental protection are made generalized tone, ignoring the socio-economic reality of the global south. Nations that have developed economies have exploited the planet's resources, often through the medium of colonialism, and now have the adopt and invest in technology. They expect the same developing nations providing any meaningful assistance. This is the pressing need to reimagine the idea of shared but collective responsibility. It is also worth noting that India is often criticized for being a large emitter of carbon. One well-known reason for our reliance on coal energy production. It is reported in the public domain that the nation is constantly trying to adopt forms of energy, but the process is believed to have been hampered for want of adequate support to nations, especially in transfer of technology. We must remember that India was a victim. The 200 years of subjugation drained our nation of its resources and placed us on the back foot as several Western counterparts. In my humble opinion, any solution towards a greener future that is diverse from a nation's economic and social context in itself is yet another facet of injustice. I therefore conclude to say that we need to adopt an approach that could exploit synergies between development and change. Long-term measures such as awareness program, investment in climate research, collect knowledge generation, cross-border sharing of information are several such that should be the way forward. It is high time to think with nature, pay relation to it. Author Leo rightly remarked, and I quote, "One of the first lessons of happiness is the link between and nature shall not be broken. The need of the hour is to devise a coordinated approach which would enable us to sustain a planet that continues to remain a nourishing home for generations to." Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, for your kind words. Let me now invite Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan Ramakrishna Gavai, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to address this august gathering. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
His Excellency Shri Venkaiah Naidu, the Honorable Vice President of India, His Excellency Shri Purohit, the Governor of Punjab and Administrator of Union Territory Chandigarh, my esteemed brother, Honorable Mr. Justice Kant, Honorable Mr. Justice Edmund Benjamin, Honorable Mr. Justice Monk, the Chief Justice of Himachal, Honorable Mr. Shumbi Sharp, the man behind today's conference, Honorable Justice Swatandra Kumar, Srimati Swatandra Kumar, Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Shri Anmol Ratan Sidhu, the Advocate General of Punjab, Shri Vivek Tanka, the Senior Advocate of Parliament, the honorable judges from different jurisdictions in the world, my esteemed brother and sister colleagues from different high courts, the heads of various law institutes from India as well as abroad, the members of law faculty from the environmental field, the lawyers, senior as well as junior, and my esteemed student friends who are present in a large number, who are the future of the world. Pleasure for me to be with you all this August morning, to be a part of this international conference on environmental diversity and environmental jurisprudence, national and international. At the outset, I express my gratitude to the organizers, the Chandigarh University, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this important event, which will go a long way in addressing the environmental concerns which are faced throughout the globe. On a personal note, this event is important for me. Honorable Justice Swatandra Kumar, Justice for long years, and at that time, I was neither a junior nor a senior judge, and had an occasion to work with him. Then when we became a chairperson of the National Green Tribunal, I had risen to be a senior judge at Bombay and had an opportunity to participate in one of the conferences, Bombay on whenever a mandate from him, we can't say, and therefore, this is the second occasion that I am opportunity to participate in Chandigarh University. The first was online, and this is the second reason is that the Honorable Governor of Punjab and I belong to that is Nagpur, and apart from that, he has been a very close friend of my father and also guiding factor for me when I was a lawyer and a judge at Nagpur. So today's conference is crystallized by the Honorable Vice President of India. His concern, the environment could be seen for the years with us on this. Friends, today and tomorrow are significant days. The legal scholars, the environmentalists from the world can attempt to find out solutions on various aspects concerning the environmental issues. As already said by Honorable Justice Swatandra Kumar, he believes in Vasudha Kutumbakam, that is, the entire world is a family. Today, we stand here unitedly, The side reminds us of global warming, and therefore such a conference, which unites the legal stalwarts from different parts, marks a significant step in combating environmental challenges. I therefore no words to congratulate the organizers for organizing this two-day on such an important issue and making me the same. Since elaborate will be held technical sessions on various topics which have been chosen in this inaugural session, only briefly express my views. Though to address a gathering of 5 speakers in the real lawyers are inclined. Second one begins, my lords, I will not repeat the sentence. It's the same thing. And therefore there are bound to be sentences. As the old adage, we have not from our ancestors. Rather, we have bought. It is right that we owe a collective duty towards our future generations. Tell them to cherish the ecology or environment like before them have. We see that in the recent past, in furtherance of realization of the world has awakened, attempts have been to deal with the issues seriously. One of such steps was the Nations Conference on the Human Environment at Stockholm in 1972. In the said conference, a unanimous decision was taken to take appropriate steps for protection and environment improvement of human environment. Various countries in the world, in response to the said resolution, have enacted legislations for protection of environment. The Indian Parliament enacted the Environment Protection Act 1990 in furtherance thereof. Another significant development that needs to be taken note of would be the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, Rio de Janeiro in June 1992. In the said conference, a necessity to provide effective access to administrative proceedings, including redress and remedy, and to develop national laws regarding liability and compensation for the victims of pollution and other environment damage was addressed. In pursuance to the decision taken in the said conference, the National Greens Tribunal Act 2010 came to be enacted by the Indian Parliament. Under the said act, the National Green Tribunal has been established. It is possible that the man behind today's conference, Honorable Mr. Justice Swadhantra Kumar, had an occasion to be chairperson of the National Green Tribunal. And I am happy to state that the National Green Tribunal, under his stewardship, has played a pivotal role in ensuring that the damage to the environment is prevented. Several orders passed by the National Green Tribunal applying the principle polluter pays have acted as a deterrent on the potential environmental damages. I will briefly on the important topics that would be discussed in today's conference and sessions. First of them is climate change, biodiversity, and policy framing. The set further subdivided into various themes. The adverse effect of climate change is noticed worldwide. Environmental diversity is a subject very crucial in as much as it forms a crucial element of balance around us. Various life cycles around, and any disturbance to this entails severe repercussions. It is therefore important to safeguard biodiversity. The capital of India, Delhi, had the hottest April 2022 in last 72 years. Everyone knows losing the Arctic ice at a rate almost per decade, and over the last 30 years, the oldest and thickest ice in Arctic has declined by a stunning 95%. If emissions continue to rise unchecked, the Arctic could be ice-free by by 2040. The world will have to unitedly address the said concern. To fight excessive greenhouse emissions and for climate change are taken on war footing. In this respect, Plan Global Attempts Summit in 1992, the Kyoto Protocol and more recently agreement need to be mentioned. The Convention on Biological Diversity, signed in 1992, was the first crucial step which was taken in action. The Indian Parliament has also enacted the Diversity Act 2022. It is an important act intended for conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its, and fair and equitable benefits arising out of the use of biological resources. Gap Report 21 shows that new national pledges combined with other mitigations put the world on for a global temperature rise 0.7% end of the century. About the goal of the Paris Climate Agreement and would lead to catastrophic changes in the Earth's climate. Below 1.5 degrees centigrade this century, the aspirational goal of the Paris Agreement, the world needs to halve the annual gas emissions in the next 8 years. The report recommends that in order to fight this, emissions from fossil fuel has to be reduced. In the area surrounding the stubble burning is also one of the reasons identified. An important sub-theme regarding ecotourism development and biodiversity after COVID-19 has been aptly chosen by the organizers. The ecotourism, apart from maintaining ecology and biodiversity, would also help in reducing the human-animal conflict. The promotion of ecotourism would provide employment to the local people and encourage them to become volunteers in the movement of preservation and biodiversity. The next topic, air pollution and advantages of green energy, chosen by the organizers, is also relevant. Everybody is about power generation by traditional and conventional methods. The disadvantages are many. Apart from depletion of natural resources, it also greatly contributes to the air pollution. Out of place to mention that in various parts of India, on account of shortage, the energy crisis is being switch to national renewable energy very important in the somewhat promising. It may be mentioned that in different parts of the country, an emphasis is placed on solar energy. The climate of India gives a high potential for solar energy, and in fact is in that direction. Even the worldwide promising of renewables in global electricity generation has jumped nearly 28% in 2020 from 26% in 2019. It is a matter of the electricity being generated from conventional resources such as coal and gas constitutes 60% of global electricity supply. An important subtopic would enable to debate on the role of welfare state and its institutions. A welfare state is required to take every step possible to ensure the welfare of the citizens. Pollution-free environment is one of the important aspects for life. A discussion in this regard, important guiding star. The third topic chosen is with regard to development and its relevancy in the present time. We can deny that development is necessary for economic progress of the nations. However, the development has to be balanced with preservation of environment. While development is necessary that it should be ensured that damage environment and biodiversity is made. Measures for deforestation have to be scrupulously implemented. Meeting of minds of various experts from the world, economic sessions to innovation of policies, which shall in turn try to find out a balance between development and environment. The last reason is PIL, a tool in the present time, a balanced outlook. The public interest litigation was introduced in the Indian jurisprudence so as to enable a person to approach the constitutional courts on behalf of the marginalized sections of the society, who on account of their socio-economic backwardness were knocked the doors of the court and the High Court. The rule of law was diluted by the Supreme Court of India. A person who is not really aggrieved was permitted to come to court on behalf of the have-nots. In public jurisdiction, Supreme Court and the High Courts in India have played a pivotal role in providing marginalized society. Particularly in the matter of environmental law, the Supreme Court of India has always been proactive. In the case of T.N. Godavaram, to which my learned brother referred, the Supreme Court of India has been using the jurisdiction of issuing continuous mandamus, various orders in order to protect ecology and biodiversity. Of continuous mandamus by the Supreme Court of India and courts that the green cover in India is not only protected but has also increased to some extent. Various orders passed by the Supreme Court of India with regard to protection of wildlife, conservation of tigers have also been very useful. It is on account of various orders passed in MC Mehta that various polluting industries were required to be shifted outside Delhi. It is on orders passed by the Supreme Court of India that the polluting not plying in the national capital region and mandatorily only non-polluting buses were permitted to ply within the city of Delhi. Yes, right, Article 21 of the Constitution of India, the Supreme Court held that right to potable water, right to pollution-free environment are fundamental rights. My learned brother, Justice Suryakant, has also referred to some of the orders in the Western countries. I would briefly refer to orders passed in the neighboring jurisdictions. The Malaysian Court of as early as in 1996, in the landmark judgment in Tantek Singh, and recently in 2021 in the judgment related to TRK project, has held that the term life also includes quality of life, thereby including air and potable water as fundamental rights. The recently framed Constitution of Nepal too safeguards the rights to clean and fundamental right to a level can be enforced effectively throughout. The Supreme Court, also one of the more active ones, enforcing the principle across through publications. Evidence in the judgment in context of Chandigarh plant, where the company which was running the plant was held to be liable for the wells of the residents nearby the project areas, and the company was directed to pay compensation to the local residents. On a personal note, it is a matter of satisfaction for me that a lawyer, as a judge of the High Court, and now as a judge of the Supreme Court, in a little way, I could contribute to the protection of the environment. Insofar as Chandigarh is concerned, it is by the passed by the Sukna lake, which was on the way, a dry lake was prevented. Since a lot of these principles and topics will be elaborately discussed in technical sessions, I would not much on. However, it will not be out of to mention that there is always a criticism about overreach in exercise of PIL jurisdiction. Nobody can deny that PIL has substantially contributed for protection of and therefore judicial activism is necessary. Find role that is the executive and the judiciary. To the city, to step in, act proactively. Therefore, judicial activity is bound. However, a proper balance has to be struck. The judicial activism should not be limited to be into adventurism or terrorism. Leaders from the world, eminent law teachers and the experts in the environment will have many brainstorming sessions for the next 2 days. Ideas and knowledge in these technical sessions would certainly be in providing solutions for many of the environmental concerns. I once again congratulate the organizers for organizing this important conference, and I thank them for permitting me to be a part of this August gathering. I extend my heartfelt best wishes for the conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Justice Kavai. It is my great pleasure to invite His Excellency Shri Banwari Lal Purohit, Governor of Punjab and Administrator of UT Chandigarh, to share his thoughts.
Shri Venkaiah Naidu, Honorable Vice President of India, Mr. Justice Suryakant, Honorable Judge of Supreme Court of India, Mr. Justice Bhushan Ramakrishna Ji Gavai, Honorable Judge Supreme Court of India, Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin Judge, Honorable Judge, National High Court of Brazil, Mr. Justice Muhammad Rafiq, Chief Justice, Honorable Chief of High Court of Himachal Pradesh, Simla, Justice Swatantra Kumar, former Judge of the Supreme Court of India and former Chairperson of National Green Tribunal, and Mr. Sombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator of India, and Mr. Satyam Sandhu, Chancellor of Chandigarh University, justices of other countries, faculty, and dear students. Professor, parents, and dear extremely to be here at the International Conference on Environmental Diversity and Environmental Jurisprudence and International Perspective. I am grateful to Honorable Vice President of India and Chandigarh University opportunity given to me to attend this August gathering and share my thoughts. Every conference requires a lot of efforts since the inception. Conference also addressing a variety of important themes and sub-themes, giving enduring value to every discussion. This conference on environmental law is very important. There are which need to be immediately addressed also at the international level. Friends, human 21st century protecting environmental resources, endless consumption and destruction, maintaining ecological balance rendered fragile by the excesses of 20th century entertainment program. The world's population has century alone and is expected to double or triple in the next century. The global economy may grow by a factor of 5 or 10 with it excess of energy consumption, carbon dioxide and deforestation. So we consider prospects of global suffering, environmental degradation, unlike anything in human history. Statistical data show that there are numbers which add up, and many of the species of animal and birds are at the verge of disappearing or already disappeared. The sea level is rapidly hitting a new record of 1.3 m above the 1993 levels. This is because of global warming, the melting of ice in Antarctica. The unseasonal resulted in destruction of crops and natural habitats. The use of artificial man for agriculture, retention of high has resulted in poor soil health. Higher demand for irrigation has resulted in depletion of underground water level. These problems are due to a particular nation as a threat to the entire world. Balance of environment is an part of our ancient tradition. Our scriptures have always taught us balance of relationship of animals and nature. It is said in our Yat Pinde Tata Brahma, that is, the body that is in entity is universe. Everything we do for ourselves affects our environment. Manusmriti also mentions protection of environment and is important the preservation of environment and ecological balance. It says that injuring medicinal plants, suburb, herb, etc. should be followed by penance. Here, I tell you that our ancient scripts, I quote, perhaps most have not learned it. What was our culture that time, thousands of years ago? ऋषि मुनियों का क्या कल्चर? छोटा सा था अबाउट दिस पर्यावरण पर. मत्स्य पुराण में हाउ our forefathers 10 कूपे 10 वापी समो हृदय 10 पुत्र समो ध्रुव है. ये मन का है. आई थिंक इट thousands of years ago. Means एक बावड़ी, you understand बावड़ी? विलेजेस में बावड़ी 10 कुओं के बराबर होती है और एक तालाब 10 बावड़ी के बराबर होता है. एक पुत्र उस समय का एक 10 तालाबों के बराबर होता है और यहीं खत्म वृक्ष 10 के बराबर होता है. मत्स्य पुराण का उस टाइम वृक्ष को भगवान का दर्जा दिया उस समय में. आप कोट करता हूं, आई टेल यू अबाउट द पीपल का वृक्ष काटना टोटली वर्जित था. उसको भगवान के रूप में माना जाता है और उसको जलाना भी वर्जित, लोगों की आस्था का कैसे जोड़ा गया सुनिए। ये रचनाएं नहीं है, हजारों वर्ष पहले अपने की रचना। अपने फोर फादर्स एनवायरमेंट के प्रति चिंतित थे, उन्होंने किस तरह से रास्ते से how governments have been changed, that I tell you. ब्रह्मा, मूले ब्रह्मा, त्वचे विष्णु, अखा महेश्वर है, पात्रे पात्रे देवाना, वृक्षराज नमोस्तुते। मीन्स बल्कि जड़ें ब्रह्मा को रूप है। ये पीपल के वृक्ष पर जल चढ़ाना शुभ और पवित्र आ गया है, पूजा होती है, हमारे यहाँ करते हैं, विलेजेस फैमिलीज पर जल पीपल को भगवान मानते हैं। हैपनिंग and we have forgotten all these things. इसको करने की जरूरत है, रिवाइव करने, along with all these and everything, the old scriptures, you will find out some collection I can provide you. Read it. ये मूवमेंट होना चाहिए, एक तरह से मूवमेंट। ग्रीक उस जमाने में था, nothing is happening. It is very important to organize our efforts to protect the climate environment. We will be a safe environment to every coming generation. So every citizen of every country makes a united effort to maintain balance of water, air and land. जैसा कि अभी कहा है जस्टिस, quoted गांधी जी, that has provided everything for the greed. So character is about this. To be, I think it should be just like green movement. बच्चों में, एजुकेशन में, has to go. ये करना चाहिए. And secondly, there has to be, that is in one of the articles, I forgot, it was in Reader Digest. It was when there was a great shortage and problem in Japan. See, the Japan was, it has come up to that extent, you go and we are nowhere in comparison to Japan. You must agree. Japan has a lot. Sector was strong. Shortage of production. And that time, Prabhupada introduced, whoever he may be, one Indian there. He was sitting in the bus by the side of the. He asked, made compulsion? Yes. I learned that everybody is moving and traveling through on transport. And even your prime also. Yes. I learned that Prime Minister is a very simple man. Yes. But I would like to meet that Indian told. I meet, sir, you are talking to the Prime Minister. That was the reply. Such a living that cultivated, inculcated. So today, however, we have access more information. It is essential that we re-examine ethically what we have inherited, what we are responsible for, and what we will pass on the coming generation. This is a pivotal generation. Global is possible. We have the capability and the responsibility. We must act before it is too late. And for that, I will request our It is very, sir, on this and environmental and all that, collect a minister just like an iron man who can't be manipulated. और वो कभी नहीं है. There be no soft-hearted man will be able to save this environment. I am telling you, in spite of all the judges and everybody. This is my request to you, and through you, sir, you can convey to the Prime Minister of the country. And you are, this is my request to you. We have to bear in mind some impact on the environment and ecology of the region, state and the nation, that ensures sustainable development. We have to balance progress, consumption, conservation of resources. Often haste to deliver the long-term impact of development projects. But before today's success turns into tomorrow's latest, synergize economic development and environmental resources. Unfortunately, the initiatives at environmental protections are painstakingly slow. This everybody must agree. Countries are very reluctant to sacrifice their immediate gains, greater good of humanity, through measures that compromise luxury, material, mindless destruction, depletions of the continues unabated, different degrees in our countries. I feel piecemeal measures sporadically taken local governments won't make much of a difference unless such measures are sustained and supported by all of us, for all, everybody. Ideas from the top, but the movements that put them into effect have to work from bottom up. We need to assert movement that the people. It is only when we give direct stake in the environment, be it water management, forest conservation, on pollution control, that they will become active partners of government. To achieve this, I believe a sustained awareness campaign that involves organizations, associations, municipal bodies, corporate sector, and education. Why you are helping in that direction, but more in needed. As far as Chandigarh is concerned, I am your efforts to come. I would like to conclude by stating that in general, I feel the future. The rapid change in our attitude toward the earth are a source of hope. As recently as a year or two ago, we thoughtlessly devoured the riches of the world as there were no end to them. We failed to realize unchecked consumerism was disastrous for both the environment and social welfare. Now, both individuals and government are seeking a new ecological and economic order, and the environment are working day and night for the protection of environment. We must appreciate, and we must agree also. The present international conference on environment and environmental jurisprudence is also voted. The eminent intellectuals and their thoughts after deliberation will be delivering results. I am into an active, fruitful discussion. Conference will leave everyone motivated and ready to do things. For that, I am sure. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Discussing prospects of the present and reflection of the past. And this is also an opportune time to reflect on the past of this university. Chandigarh University has tabled its university annual report before this august gathering, and I kindly request His Excellency, the Vice President of India, Shri Venkaiah Naidu, to please release the University Annual Report. Hand it over to him. Can we have a big round of applause, please? So finally, the time has come to invite our chief guest for today, His Excellency, the Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu ji, to share his thoughts with us, address this august gathering. I kindly invite His Excellency to share with us.
सम्माननीय राज्यपाल पंजाब श्री बनवलाल पुरोहित जी, Hon'ble Bhushan Gawai, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Suryakant ji, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin, Judge National High Court of Bridge, Honorable Justice Mohammad Rafiq, Chief Justice of High Court of Himachal Pradesh, Honorable Justice Swatantra Kumar ji, former Supreme Court, and also chairperson of Green Tribunal, who is also in this conference, Sri Harjot Singh Bains, Minister of Government of Punjab, who is here in this function, Sri Sombi Sharp, UN Resident Commissioner, Coordinator of India, Sri Satnam Singh Sandhu, Chandigarh University, eminent jurists, distinguished delegates, faculty members, dear students, and also honorable judges of other for all this program. My sons and brothers, I am really delighted to be here with you at this international conference on environmental diversity and environmental jurisprudence, national pursuit. Very apt, very purposeful conference. So I compliment your university for hosting this event and also the honorable judges participating in these discussions. I am sure to go a long way in motivating each one of us to and make a positive difference to the planet, which is our common home. Scientists overwhelming how the most certainly man-made causes which have led to climate change as well as driving a million species to extinction. In the quest for development, they have harmed the nature and repair. The forests, disrupted ecological balance, polluted the environment, encroached upon water bodies, and are now the adverse consequences. Some of my may appear to be very harsh, but they are what is required. The conference, the message of the conference is change of mindset. We have enough laws. But what is required is change of mindset of everybody. Unless this environmental protection becomes a people's movement worldwide, the future is very bleak. Seeing the consequences. We have played with nature and nature is playing. So my advice to the people is love and live with the nature. Culture together for future. Advice to all people, every one of us should respect the nature. We used to be very happy. We were not supposed to be that much advanced. We used to have a peaceful life because we used to love and live with the nature. As we started destroying the nature, the problems started coming. Development is equally responsible, but ecological balance also is important. There is a balance. This has to be mind. During my childhood, my grandfather used to say in Telugu, Chiyamaku chakkara betti. That means you give to the ant and they bite you also, hurt you. But you give Pamuku palu posi, that you give milk to this which bites you. But in spite of that, you give milk. Third, Pasuvuku bottu betti, all the animals, they used to be applied tilak and also decorated at times. The importance of animal. And fourthly, chuttu betti. And there used to be won't pray the trees, respecting the nature. This was part of our culture. This was part of, and our life was really at that time. As we started neglecting all this, we are now reaping the adverse effects of the same. This has to be understood. This is universal. It is not applicable to only India. It is universal for the entire world. So we need to do introspection and take actions to meet the reality of rising temperatures, increasing extreme damage biodiversity. It is not only the government to deliberate on this, but it is the duty of every citizen and human being on earth to save this planet. Like the Prime Minister also gave a call for Andolan. इसको एक जन का रूप देना चाहिए. This is true. Unless it becomes a people's movement, unless each one of us participate in this environmental protection, it is going to be difficult in the future. Our civilization values have always taught us in harmony with nature. In fact, the concept of ecological protection is embedded in our DNA from time immemorial. As you know, we have traditionally revered and said natural resources, including fauna, rivers, and mountains. Shloka from Atharvana Veda, Prithvi Sukta goes thus: whatever I dig from thee, O earth, have, O, may we not injure the vitals or thy heart. This is said even in Atharvana Veda. The Sutta calls for conserving natural resources, warns against excessive exploitation, and seeks forgiveness from the Mother Earth. In the same spirit, our Constitution also enshrines the principles of environmental protection, both in the fundamental duties as in directive principles. The recent IPCC gives a dire warning about worsening climate change in the coming decades if we don't take prompt action immediately. In particular, the report suggests that exceeding the 1.5 centigrade warming level would have a severe impact, and that even if the countries were to adhere to their towards reducing emissions, warming will still exceed 0.5 centigrade during the 21st century. This clearly shows that we have to do more and do something without any delay. Living. This is the prerequisite for progress. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention, and have the return, they will act as pretension. This is what is happening. Everything is happening. As if everything is all right. We are all suffering. But at the time, we are not realizing. And then resorting to collective. style of change. We need to make our students from a young age, they must be aware of the carbon and ecological footprint of their lifestyle choices. Parents and teachers teach children to care for their natural environment, flora and fauna around them as much they care for their physical environment. Dear sisters and brothers, on India's part, we have always been willing to commit and stand by those ambitious targets, leading the way for the world. This is despite the fact that as a developing country, India was not historically responsible for today's situation. Even while we have 17% of the world population, we contribute only 5% of the world emissions. This is no consolation. I'm not trying to justify even that 5% also. We must be 0%. But comparatively, India taking all the steps that are required. True to India took the initiative in forging a collective act with various countries in International Solar Alliance. The recent 6th summit in Glasgow, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi declared our targets of raising non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030 and achieving of net zero by 2070. With enabling policies, institutional push and action, these targets are certainly achievable. The last aspect, that of collective action, is the most crucial. The words of Prime Minister, what we need is a mass movement of eco-conscious lifestyle, what I call as Jana Andolan. Yes, sisters, we have amongst distinguished the dais among the audience. We had the opportunity to hear some of their enlightenment on the status of environment in India. To be sure, environmental in India started long ago and is seen in Kautilya's Ardhashastra, Chanakya's. In his treatise, Kautilya makes it clear that the most important responsibility of a king is to preserve forests and protect wildlife. India today has more than 2 laws made for environmental protection. Among all of these, India is a party to a number of treaties and agreements related to environmental concern. There are regulations, but my advice is these regulations should not become a strangulation. It should become a facility and a guidance and a motive to the people. I wish to briefly recall as enacted progressive legislation, Wildlife Protection Act, Water Control of Pollution Act, Forest Conservation Act, Environmental Protection Act, among other laws with right earnest even before environmental discourses gained pace in the developed world. This spirit draws heavily from the ancient values that look at human existence as part of the natural environment and not as one that exploits it. The Honorable Governor has rightly explained us about our context. These legislations have a reason fact so far positive interventions and interpretations, including the tribunals. There are landmark judgments of the court and the high courts that have played a crucial role in not only delivering environmental justice, but also in generating a public discourse about environmental conservation. Forward, the lower courts too must uphold this eco-centric view and keep the best in the local population and biodiversity in their judgments. They must act as against the violators of pollution laws and consider strict enforcement must pay principle whenever needed. So honesty at every level also required for this. Mere passing of laws or pronouncement by the judiciary is not going to solve the problem. It is equally coupled with restriction, against implementation, against the violators. That is very much required. My dear sisters and brothers, I wish to briefly mention National Green Tribunal, India's specialized court for fundamental matters. When it was set up, India was one of the few countries in the world to have such a specialized tribunal. For the years, NGT has proven itself effectively and expeditiously disposing of cases relating to this particular discipline. Given the importance of preserving biodiversity, ongoing climate change, and growing demand for environmental litigation, I believe there is an urgent training more legal practitioners in environmental law. The poorer section should be made of their rights and legal recourse at their disposal. If need be, more specialized benches must be made in various parts of the country and environmental justice be brought closer to the people. Makers too must take cognizance of the importance of protecting biodiversity, mitigating the climate, and make legislations that maintain a fine balance between ecology and economy. A balance between ecology and economy. We must also empower pollution control boards and civic bodies with the wherewithal, resources, technical expertise, and punitive powers to implement environmental laws effectively. Gram Panchayat, the three-tier administration, which are empowered by the Constitution for taking like water management, soil conservation, forestry, need to be further fostered for this purpose. I recall during my days, the entire village used together. They used to take care of the of the forest. There is forest in every village. And to take care of the grazing land for the sake of the cattle. The entire village. And my grand remember, you make announcement through the village servant that all has to assemble near the village. We used to call it as Ratsabanda, the platform. And then they used to say that tomorrow, as the season is going to set on June 6th, we should all go and collectively strengthen the tank stored. Take care of irrigation cannot repair them. It used to be active action by the society. It used to be maintained because everybody used to be concerned and everybody used to perform responsibilities. Now, we have everywhere government systems. Systems not succeed unless people are made to part in an effective manner. Or the attitude has crept in that everything by the government not work. Sabka karega, hum bekar karega. This has to be everything to the government. Participation is vital. And after all, it is for the common good. It is for our welfare only. Laws, these regulations made. So this must be made to understand importance of this. Environment, soil conservation, forestry, and also the other common had to be collectively implemented. The grassroots level bodies, local level, they should make the people to participate in the decision. Man has tinkered too long. Today there is a need to reverse this hazard. It is a question of mindset and an ability to control human greed, as the former speaker, Mahatma Gandhi had said, nature has enough for man's need, but not greed. Much before the climate change began, Gandhiji has said we should act as trustee of the natural environment, and it is our responsibility to ensure that we bequeath to the future generations a healthy planet. Duty is our responsibility. We must remember and live by these words. Lead better and ensure our grandchildren have better quality of life in the years to come. My dear sisters and brothers, I'm once again very happy inaugurated this conference. I heartily compliment Justice Kumar, who is coordinating this entire conference, took initiative, requesting me my office. Since long, because of COVID, we have to postpone this. But finally, it is happening, and I could see leaders from legal community participate in this, and also delegates various parts of the globe as well as from various parts of the country participate. We have to learn from each other's experience. That is the purpose of these conferences. From each other's experiences. Follow the best practices. Lead the best life. That is of this conference. Confident, these 2-day deliberations, where you have so many subject sessions, where a detailed presentation can be made, it answers also. The conference, I'm sure, is going to open a new chapter in environmental protection, and I'm confident that the techniques that will follow will present you opportunity to reflect upon the need and our role in environmental protection. Again, what I said, nature, care to get a better future. Love and live nature. Thank you. Now, Jai Hind.
Thoughts, anecdotes, ruminations, contemplations will stay with us. Without any further ado, let me welcome Justice Swatantra Kumar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal, and Chairman, Advisory Board of Chandigarh University, along with the Chancellor, Mr. Satnam Singh Sandhu of Chandigarh University, to present as a token of appreciation a memento, Honorable the Vice President of India, His Excellency Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji. A big round of applause, please. May I now invite Chancellor Chandigarh University, Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu ji, to present a memento as a token of appreciation, His Excellency Shri Banwari Lal Purohit ji, Honorable Governor Punjab and Administrator of Chandigarh. A big round of applause, please. His Excellency was candid, was honest, was invigorating. He shared with us. May I now invite Justice Swatantra Kumar ji and a memento as a token of appreciation to Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan Gavai ji, Judge, Court of India. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and be ever so optimistic whenever it comes to environment. May I now request Sandhu ji, Chancellor, University of Chandigarh, Chandigarh University, to please present a memento to Justice Suryakant ji, Honorable Mr. Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Thank you so much, Your Lordship, for sharing your thoughts and blessing our presence today. May I now request Ms. Sood, Senior Vice President, Chandigarh University, to please present a memento to Honorable Justice Shri Mohammad Rafiq, Chief Justice, High Court of Himachal Pradesh. Thank you so much, Your Lordship, for being with us today and sharing this with us. May I again call upon Ms. Himani to present a memento to Mr. Justice Herman Benjamin, Judge, National High Court of Brazil. Thank you, Justice Benjamin, for flag bearer of environmental judicialism, environmental judiciary, environmental law. May I finally request Himani ji to present a memento to Mr. Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Court of India, who's been a guiding light for all the United Nations efforts in India, and his undying efforts towards environment and protection have helped us achieve a better day every day. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharp, for spending time with us. May I request all of us to please rise to the national anthem.